दिया करो ये दासे तृणपेका अतिहीन गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ये दासे सकले सम्मान करिते शकति देहो नाथ जता जत सकल सकले सम्मान करिते शकति देहो नाथ जता जत तबे तो गाइबो हरि नाम सुखे अपराध हाबे हत तबे तो गाइबो तबे तो गाइबो हरि नाम सुखे अपराध हाबे हत गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ये दासे तृणपेका अतीन गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया योग्यता विचारे किछु नाही पाए तोमार करुणा सार जोग योग्यता विचारे किछु नाही पाए तोमार करुणा सार करुणा न होइले करुणा न होइले कांदिया कांदिया प्राण न राखिबो आर करुणा न होइले करुणा न होइले कांदिया कांदिया प्राण न राखिबो आर गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ये दासे तृणपेका अतीन गुरुदेव कृपा गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ये दासे तृणपेका अतीन हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hari Bol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Goswami Maharaj, Jaya Goswami Maharaj, Jaya Goswami Maharaj, Jaya Goswami Maharaj. Jaya Goswami Maharaj, Jaya Goswami Maharaj, Jaya Goswami Maharaj, Jaya Goswami Maharaj. Gaur Premanande.
Vaishnava Thakura Dayara Sagara Edashe Karuna Kori Vaishnava Thakura Dayara Sagara Edashe Karuna Kori Ohe Vaishnava Thakura Dayara Sagara Edashe Karuna Kori Vaishnava Thakura Dayara Sagara Diyapada Jaya Shadaheya Maya Tamara Charana Dori Diyapada Jaya Tomara charana dori, Tomara charana dori. Jaya bega domi, Jaya dosha shodhi, Jaya guna deha dase. Jaya bega domi, Jaya dosha shodhi, Jaya guna deha dase. Jaya sata sangha, deha he amare, boshichi sangera ashe. Jaya sata sangha, deha he amare, boshichi sangera ashe. Jaya sata sangha, deha he amare, boshichi sangera ashe. Jaya sata sangha, deha he amare, boshichi sangera ashe. Boshichi sangera ashe. Boshichi sangera ashe. Ekaki amara, nahi paya bala, harinama sankirtane. Ekaki amara, nahi paya bala, harinama sankirtane. Tumi kripa kori, shada bindu diya, deha Krishna nama dane. Tumi kripa kori, shada bindu diya, deha Krishna nama dane. Tumi kripa kori, shada bindu diya, deha Krishna nama dane. Tumi kripa kori, shada bindu diya, deha Krishna nama dane. Deha Krishna nama dane. Deha Krishna nama dane. Krishna se tomara, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakati ache. Krishna se tomara, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakati ache. Amito Kangala, Krishna Krishna boli, dahi tava pache pache. Amito Kangala, Krishna Krishna boli, dahi tava pache pache. Amito Kangala, Krishna Krishna boli, dahi tava pache pache. Amito Kangala, Krishna Krishna boli, dahi tava pache pache. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Radha Kala Chandri Jai Shri Radhe. Radha Kala Chandri Jai Shri Radhe. Radha Kala Chandri Radhe Radhe. Radha Kala Chandri Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Srila Gurudev. Jaya Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
O Venerable Vaishnava, O Ocean of Mercy, be merciful unto your servant. Give me the shade of your lotus feet, and purify me. I hold on to your lotus feet. Teach me to control my 6 passions, rectify my 6 faults, bestow upon me the 6 qualities, and offer unto me the 6 kinds of holy association. I do not find the strength to carry on alone the Sankirtan of the holy name of Hari. Please bless me by giving me just 1 drop of faith, with which to obtain the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply running behind you, shouting, Krishna, Krishna. Jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. Welcome everybody. Today's celebration of Srila Gurudev's disappearance festival. Jai. Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj Tir Bhav Mahatiti ki Jai. So we're going to start with a video, two videos. The first video is Gurudev singing the Jai Nilo Premadhana and saying something. It's really a bit of a continuation from the class this morning. And then the second video is his godbrothers speaking about him. And then we're going to start with our own offerings here. And Jai Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu ki Jai. It's a long time. So after that, around 11:45, we'll do the offerings of the bhoga and the offerings that come off the altar. And 12 o'clock we'll move into the park and start with the Guru Puja in the park at the Samadhi. And 12:30 we'll serve out the feast, which will be inside our usual place where we serve the feast out. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
energy of grace of Balaram, my abilities and potencies to act for you as your guru become extraordinary. But on my own, they're ordinary. So I cannot do anything except for the fact that Nityananda and Balaram are acting through me. And in regard to being your guru and hearing your prayers, by their grace, everything is heard. I'm the guru in the sense that I'm the external manifestation of the Super Soul. And the guru is not simply a physical body sitting in front of you. The guru is the whole heart. The guru is Krishna. And by the arrangement of Balaram, your guru will hear your prayers. You just can't restrict and limit the guru only to the physical person sitting in front of you, because he's much more than that. Because this physical person sitting in front of you one day won't be there. Just like Prabhupada's physical person sitting in front of us is no longer there, but Prabhupada's still there. We learn to serve Krishna by serving our guru. And therefore to say, Yasya Prashada Bhagavat Prashado, Yasya Prashada Nakatir Utoti. By the mercy of the Guru, one gets the mercy of Krishna. Without the grace or blessings of the spiritual master, no one can make any advancement. So we hold on to our memories. But memories are something which have to be translated in a certain way. They have to bring us out of the stage of internal meditation onto the platform of practical activity, unless one can simply meditate within, which is possible, but it's a very advanced stage. So to relieve the feelings of separation, we do activities. And this pacifies us, or satisfies us. By serving the Guru, not only are we relieved of the intense feeling of separation, whatever we feel, but the separation and, or let's say our attachment for the Guru increases or grows. My experience when I first joined the Krishna consciousness movement is that Prabhupada was with us for some time. He'd come to a temple, and then he would leave, and we would sort of go into a different state, a different mode, you know. Maybe it wasn't like it wasn't, and maybe it was not like the gopis mode, but we went into a different state. We would start to remember the instructions, the order of our Guru, because this is one of the primary sources of connection between the Guru and the disciple. The instructions the disciple receives, and if a disciple does receive instructions, he or she is certainly fortunate. Srila Prabhupada writes that everyone has general instructions, and some are fortunate enough to get particular detailed instructions. So by carrying out the order of Guru, we feel a connection, but actually we are not united. We are serving in separation. We take shelter of the spiritual master in the form of his deity, the deity of Prabhupada. You may not have a deity of your Guru, but you have pictures, photographs, and we know that by the grace of Sri Baladev, the Guru's presence can be there even within a photograph. getting association with those who are close to and near to and dear to Guru, we get Guru's association. So this is one way that we can get the association of Guru, through those who are near and dear. They give the Guru's mercy. So when Prabhupada disappeared, then we have to pray. Pray this deity form, we pray in so many different ways. But really it is very difficult to search for the instructions of one's Guru after his departure. It is very difficult. And we always have to try to have it confirmed. Am I pleasing my Guru? How can I know if I'm pleasing my Guru? When Prabhupada would finally come after a long separation, it was like coming out of a dream. We felt as if we were coming out of a dream. And one day we may again be with Prabhupada, and again it will feel as if suddenly, we were dreaming the whole time, and this is reality. So I can't say how you're feeling. Now I can't say because I'm not you. Now I'm in the position to you as a Guru. But I know for myself, when I was with Prabhupada, it was like coming out of a dream. And now we just live in that dream because Prabhupada is not physically present. So we have to live constantly in a dream and wait for that moment. I did ask Prabhupada how he felt, and he told me that he never for a moment felt himself separated from his Guru Maharaj. From that we can understand that he saw his Guru Maharaj constantly because of his absorption and service to his Guru Maharaj. So we come back finally on that point that the ultimate way of connecting is through service. And that's really what Krishna's message to the gopis was, ultimately. The gopis were told by Krishna, there's no way that I can repay you for the service that you have rendered. Therefore I say, I pray that you please be satisfied by the service itself. So I also feel that to those who are here, who have served so faithfully their spiritual master, there's no way really that I can do anything to repay all that you have done. I can only pray that somehow you feel satisfied by the service that you have done. By the feelings of separation, I pray that you have made advancement towards the final goal of Krishna Prema.
Jai Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. So the next video is actually his godbrothers saying something about him. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
This tail valve is different than Vyas Puja.
This Tirobhav is different to Vyas Puja.
Because tail valve was the celebration of the departure of the Guru.
Tirobhav is the celebration of the departure of the Guru.
That the legacy that he left.
The legacy that he left.
We have to his followers, his associates, they need to meditate and see how that can be carried out.
His followers, his associates, need to meditate to see how that can be carried out.
So this is a very important time
So this is a very important time
to meditate on the great qualities of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj,
to meditate on the great qualities of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj,
and also how to carry on the legacy which he has left us.
and also how to carry on the legacy he has left us.
He has shown us how to serve Prabhupada
He showed us how to serve Prabhupada
in an unparalleled way.
in an unparalleled way.
He was a real friend also.
He was a real friend also.
Everything he really did nice.
Everything he did really nice.
One day, Tamal Krishna Maharaj came to visit Mahavishnu Goswami. Tamal Krishna Maharaj was somewhere in England at the time, so he came, made a special trip. And Mahavishnu Goswami was lying there in very poor condition, materially. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj was holding his hand. And Mahavishnu Goswami said, "You know, Maharaj, I think I'm going to leave." And he started repeating that, and Tamal Krishna Goswami, holding his hand, he gripped it more firmly and sort of shook his hand and encouraged him and said, No, you're all right. Krishna's looking after you. You'll come through. And Mahavishnu Goswami said, "No, you know, I think I'm going to leave. I think it's going to happen just right now." And Tamal Krishna Maharaj said, "No." He said, you can't leave now. There's so much service for you to do." And then, you know, Mahavishnu Goswami was just repeating this, that he's going to leave. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj said, "No." He said, "I'm going to be the first to leave." He said, "I want to be there and receive all the Vaishnavas when they come."
In the later days in Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada would wake up in the morning and his first question would be, "Where is Tamal?" And I would run and tell Tamal Krishna Maharaj that Prabhupada is calling you. And no matter whatever he was doing at the time, he would just drop everything and just come to Prabhupada's bedside. And together they would talk for long time. And I could see how much confidence Srila Prabhupada had on him. And also how competent Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj was, that he would always ask so many wonderful questions to Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada would very affectionately answer those questions.
Book distribution was very dear to Prabhupada, and we saw how when Tamal Krishna Maharaj went back to America and started the Radha Damodar party, he knew what was dear to Prabhupada, and he started encouraging book distribution. And at one time, the Radha Damodar party was distributing books that were equal to the whole society. In other words, the whole society was distributing as many books as the Radha Damodar party alone was distributing. So Prabhupada wanted book distribution, and he sent Tamal Krishna Maharaj to America, and he took this task very seriously. So we all heard how Tamal Krishna Maharaj was very determined. I saw that myself. He was very determined, perfectionist. His real goal was to please Prabhupada and do what was best for ISKCON. And he also was very exemplary in his sadhana. He was very dedicated to Prabhupada. In fact, if you read the Leela Amrita, amongst all the devotees you find, most reference is made to Tamal Krishna Maharaj, because he was like Prabhupada's right hand. Prabhupada used to consult him, Prabhupada used to take his advice, and he was always ready to serve Prabhupada in any activity that was needed to push out Krishna consciousness.
Somewhere around 1989 in Vrindavan, at 2 o'clock in the morning, somebody came to my room and they were tapping on the window. 2 o'clock in the morning. And I didn't know what it was. And I got up, and it was Gurudev's secretary. They said, Gurudev has to see you immediately. I said, my God, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. They said, no, Gurudev has to see you right now. So very obediently, I rose and took a quick shower, put my dress, and I went to Gurudev's house. And I went in, and when I was there, he was in a state. And many times, those who were close to him, they would know how he could get himself worked up into a very intense state. And he looked at me and he said, Prabhu, he said, I need association. I want the association of my God brothers so badly. He said, I had such a loving relationship with Vishnu John, and Vishnu John went away. He said, I want the association with my God brothers. I need their association to protect me. He said, now I'm preaching in China. He said, you don't understand what those people are like. He said, I need the help of my God brothers. And then he began speaking about God brothers. The first God brother he spoke about was His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. He said, Jayapataka, he is such a pious man. He said, you just look at him and you can see his piety. He said, you just see how he had Prabhupada's association. See the service that he's rendering in Gordam. He said, if I could just have his association. And then he said, and Bhakti Charu Maharaj, he said, he is so pious and so wonderful. If I could just have his association, but he's so busy. And then he said, and Shivaram Maharaj, he says, he's such a wonderful Vaishnav. He is so pious. If I could just have his association. And he said, therefore, please come with me and give me your association. Naturally, I was overwhelmed. And I looked at him and I said, but Jayapataka Maharaj, Shivaram Maharaj, Bhakti Charu Maharaj, I said, I'm not like those people. They are so pious. And he looked at me and he said, no, I understand that. You're not a pious person. He said, but still, I want your association.
For Tamal Krishna Maharaj, it was the sweetness of the relationships that was paramount. Although, he was famous in our society for being such a demanding manager, down to the last detail of everything. But actually, the real Tamal, if you like, or the soft as the rose, that was more prominent. And when you got close to him, that was all the relationship that he required. And he would put aside the other stuff in order to maintain that sweetness.
The day before he left, he was talking, yes, tomorrow I'm going back home, And then he was going to Cambridge, and that's how we took, I think he was talking to B.B. Govind Maharaj like that, I'm going back home tomorrow. And everybody, he's returning to Cambridge, where he continues to study, that's his home. But the next day, we took another meaning of that going back home. I'm going back home tomorrow. He was very jolly and he was talking like that.
Srila Prabhupada saw in Tamal Krishna Maharaj a disciple who would do anything and everything for him. At the risk of his life, his popularity, his everything. Therefore, he could entrust Goswami Maharaj with services that no one else in our movement and no one else in the world could do. Prabhupada wanted to get this land in Mayapur. He sent some of his top disciples who were experienced in India
And they utterly failed. But then he sent Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Yesterday, Sripad Brahmananda Prabhu told me he sent Goswami Maharaj because he knew no one else could do it. He spent weeks struggling, striving to make this arrangement. Against all odds. It was actually impossible. And finally, after great effort, he purchased the land. He came to Calcutta in the middle of the night. All the lights were closed, except Srila Prabhupada's room. Goswami Maharaj came into the room and Prabhupada said, "I've been waiting for you." Goswami Maharaj gave him the deed and said, "Srila Prabhupada, the land in Mayapur is yours." Prabhupada said, "Thank you very much. Now you can take rest."
When I first came to the temple, there were many devotees there, but he was the only one who came up and spoke to me when I first walked in the door. So he made me feel welcome and a part of the family. And then he told me, he said, when these devotees leave for London, there's not really going to be any good association for you here. So you should either go with them to London or you should go to the East Coast where there's some senior devotees. So I'm struck right now thinking how this is a great lesson to ISKCON managers, that if we have an attitude of doing what's best for that devotee will be happy. And I will also, as a manager, be happy, and the temple will feel happy. But if we have a miserly attitude, thinking, well, if I let this person go, then who will wash the pots, or who will do this or do that, then we'll always be in that impoverished mentality, and it will be very unhappy in our temples. So he was very broad-minded, and just look how many devotees Krishna sent to him. Amazing.
Ramakrishna Maharaj himself writes in his book, Servant of the Servant, "Molded by Prabhupada's experienced hand, my life was being dovetailed with Krishna's desire. In an early letter, Prabhupada had referred to me as a future pillar of ISKCON. His words were kind and encouraging. If it was Prabhupada's desire that I should serve in a greater capacity, I knew it would only be possible if he made me qualified." We saw a very sweet relationship between Srila Prabhupada and His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj in the year 1977, when Tamal Krishna Maharaj had helped Srila Prabhupada in making certain arrangements to come to London to see his European disciples for the last time. Tamal Krishna Maharaj was really like a shadow following Srila Prabhupada wherever he was and made arrangements. It was very moving at that time to see how he was really very fixed in Guru Seva.
I met Goswami Maharaj in 69, again in 70, 72 in India. In the early days, I always heard stories that Prabhupada had said that he was Bhaktisiddhanta's #1 grandson. So I always had great reverence. When I met him, I felt like a fly as meeting an elephant.
ISKCON without Tamal Krishna Maharaj is something like Lakshmi without Narayan, or something that is supposed to be. Is so much the one of the main pillars, founding fathers, like the main artery in the body of Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON.
Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming to this very important program. As Jayapataka Maharaj is saying, that the Disappearance Festival is a very, very important festival because it is a time when we dedicate our lives to the life and instructions of the person who we are feeling separation from. And this morning, after the class, some of the devotees were asked if they wanted to share some realizations. And after it was over, some of us spoke, but after it was over, Jai Gauranga Prabhu made a point, which is a very, very important point, and that is that all of these spiritual masters like Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, and those who have departed made such powerful contributions, as we can see, to the movement, to all of us being here today and practicing our Krishna consciousness, that in the class, Gurudev was saying that if you really want to get close association of the spiritual master, then you can speak to and associate with those who are near and dear. He said that again, repeated again in this part, that part was repeated again. Those who are near and dear. And so in our movement, this association of devotees is actually the most important thing. Prabhupada actually described that 90% of our success comes from the association of devotees, just as he said that 90% of our success comes from chanting the holy names of the Lord. So actually, some of us have experienced that, because once in a while, the disciples of Gurudev get together upstairs in the sanctuary, in the darshan room. And when you hear the disciples speaking, all of them were near and dear, because this is something that Krishna Maharaj was very, very careful, very, very good about, and that is that he loved all of his disciples, and actually everybody that he met, he loved them very, very much. He was asked that question at a time when Mother Kirtada passed away, because everybody could see how much love he had for Mother Kirtada. It was just way beyond amazing. So someone asked him the question, do you love your other disciples as much as you love Mother Kirtada? And he said, I love all my disciples as much as I love Kirtada. I love everybody else that I've met as well. And so when you hear these disciples speaking about Gurudev, you really come to have that experience of the presence of Gurudev, and you become inspired. And we saw the same thing when the disciples of Srila Prabhupada spoke about Srila Prabhupada, that how much all of us who never met Srila Prabhupada became so much having that experience of Prabhupada's presence, feeling that that presence, having the experience of feeling that presence. So today is a very, very important day for us, as we all know. Gurudev had a very, very important role with this community. He actually is, you might say, the person who set up this community as it is now, that we're experiencing. And of course, we have his samadhi here. We're very fortunate that we have his samadhi here. And today, we thought that we'd play some of these videos like we did this morning during class, that actually shows this type of relationship with the spiritual master. Who is the spiritual master? How fortunate we are that we are in his presence. And as Gurudev said in the lecture again, it was like when he was with Srila Prabhupada, he said it felt like a dream. And for all of us who actually were with Gurudev, I think we felt the same way. It was like a dream. And then suddenly he left. And then it was like the dream was shattered. So how do you bring that dream back, he was saying. It's done by meditating on him and then doing some activity that actually brings that dream back to life. In that regard, I wanted to say one more thing, and that was something that Kartikeya Prabhu spoke about this morning, which is very important. And that is, he felt that dream again when he followed the instruction of his spiritual master. He and Mother Nandini followed the instruction of the spiritual master to set up the restaurant. That when they set up the restaurant and they experienced what they experienced running the restaurant in Puerto Rico, in Denver, like that, he said, I felt very close to Gurudev. He felt like he was back in the dream again. He was back in that same situation. And that's how we can get back into the dream with our spiritual master when he's not present. Because sometimes, It's not that the spiritual master left, but it may be sometime that he is somewhere else. He's not quite with us in front of us. But how can we feel that presence is actually to meditate on him, meditate on past times with him, and then to follow the instructions, to do what he asks us to do. And those of us who are doing that, we feel that experience, we feel that dream. And the Dallas community represents that dream, the dream of Srila Prabhupada, the dream of all the wonderful devotees from the time of Prabhupada who actually built this temple, set this temple up, and then of course the disciples of the disciples doing the same thing. So thank you very much for coming to this program. I'm going to ask any of you who'd like to say something about Gurudev in the line again of talking about his instructions, his life, about how we can practically bring back to life those things that he told us to do, he asked us to do, and actually any experience you might have had in that regard. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So we'll start with Prabhupada's disciples. So maybe Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, would you like to come forward and say something? And then Meenakshi Prabhu, can you speak after that? And we have Chakri Prabhu, can you say something as well? Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I'm getting put on the spot first here. Sorry for any mistakes I make. This morning, before I woke up, I had this dream that I was part of organizing a chanting and dancing institute. And we were in this room that had a divider down the middle, and I was on one side, and there were so many devotees there. And I was supposed to lead the Kirtan, and I had this really beautiful melodious tune in my mind that I was going to sing, but I didn't have my drum. So I felt insecure about leading it. And then the persons who were like the organizers were taking a long time. And then I woke up, so I didn't get to fulfill the program. But this inspired me to think of Gurudev. Beginning part of what I wrote down. Okay, anyway. So, Tamal Krishna Goswami, I had this realization after I wrote down everything that his intensity was so powerful, but his intensity was strength of the heart. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains we have two weaknesses of the heart. That when we come to this material world, the living entity is covered by kama, or lust. So that means the first weakness part of that is that we have a desire to exploit material nature, to try to enjoy material nature, with our material false ego and false senses. That's the first weakness. The second weakness of the heart is that we think we're the proprietors and that we own and control something here in this material world. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj didn't have those kind of weaknesses. He had strengths. His heart was strong, that he had this powerful desire to please Prabhupada. So in this mission. So that inspired me, again, thinking about all this, was to recognize the super important position that Prabhupada played. That Prabhupada was prophesied to come to be the general in Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan army. So he was no ordinary person. Just like when you hear about Lord Chaitanya's associates who came and they were able to execute the mission of Lord Chaitanya by preaching because they were intimate associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who all had ecstatic love of Godhead. They weren't material, they were eternally liberated persons. So Krishna sent Srila Prabhupada, who is this eternally liberated, eternal servant, eternal associate of Krishna, into this material world to perform his mission. So then, as Prabhupada explained, Bhaktisiddhanta sent so many helpers. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj was one of those right-hand men of Prabhupada. So it made me think that Prabhupada is there to fulfill the desire of Rupa Goswami, Rupa Nugas, to fulfill the desire of spreading Krishna consciousness in the line of Rupa Goswami, who's the direct disciple of Lord Chaitanya. And so Prabhupada was this great Sankirtan general, right? So I looked up what was the next person in line of a general in the army or whatever. And it's called the Lieutenant General, LTG. Right? Tamal Krishna Goswami, Lieutenant General Tamal Krishna Goswami. So there's different qualities, requirements of the service of this Lieutenant General. They're considered 3-star generals. I don't know how many stars the biggest general has. Is it 4 or 5? 5, okay. So Prabhupada was the 5-star general. So, page here. One of the qualities of the lieutenant general is to lead and manage corps of soldiers, as Tamal Krishna Maharaj did when organizing the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party and rising, as we heard, to the largest transcendental bush distribution party on earth at the time. That was a big deal. I got to be part of that. He was with Vishnu Chan Swami, and they had their they were doing traveling and doing little dramas and had this transcendental thing, and then they turned it into this massive party of preachers and book distributors. So when I joined, it was like in mid-75 in San Francisco, and we went to go see Srila Prabhupada in Denver. Actually, we had just seen him in Los Angeles, and we went to Denver and then Chicago and had the big initiation. So he had 5 buses, Greyhound buses, converted into temples. And on the day of the initiation, Prabhupada, and he orchestrated the installation of our Gauranitais and the other 3 Gauranitais to go on the buses. And then we started traveling all over America. We had 40 vans connected to 5 different buses, and it increased. So we were traveling all over the country, and he organized this whole thing with the other devotees to distribute thousands and thousands of books every day. And during the Christmas marathons, it was a big competition in America at that time between especially LA, mainly LA at that time, and later on somewhere in South America, I forget which was the biggest book distribution temple. But he was determined to, no matter what, distribute more books and turn in more money to the BBT. So they would each try to find out how much each other was going to submit as an offering and how many books. And he said, don't worry. He told the Rameshwar, he said, don't worry. He said, whatever everybody else gives, you add 10,000 to that and the check will clear. So he was like determined to distribute more books. So that was that. Then the next thing was to serve as a senior officer at major command headquarters, right? So the first thing he helped organize was the Los Angeles Harinam Sankirtan party. That was like probably his big first service, to organize getting everybody to go on Sankirtan, to get them all dressed nicely, and to go out in an organized fashion every day. So people who were a little weak-hearted would hide from him, because he would go and search everybody out. And he would find people hiding in closets and on top of the toilets who didn't want to go on Sankirtan. And he would say, no, everybody's got to go on this Harinam Sankirtan. So he organized that beautiful Harinam in our headquarters of America, which is Los Angeles. Then the next duty was to head the department at a major command headquarters. So as we heard, he helped to purchase and build Mayapur and also manage it, because he became like the first GBC in India. So he helped to manage Mayapur Dham. And that place is extremely special because that was the headquarters of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. Lord Chaitanya himself made that his place of appearance, and that's where he started the Sankirtan movement. So Srila Prabhupada used to go to Advaita Acharya's house in Shantipur, the temple there, and sit for hours and chant japa, praying and meditating on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Advaita Prabhu and Nityananda Prabhu to get inspiration and strength to go to, come to America to execute Bhaktisiddhanta's order. So, the next one, so part of that one, anyway, we understand that Prabhupada made that his headquarters for preaching was Mayapur, his place of worship. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj purchased the land, right, as we heard. But then when they were building the first temple in Mayapur, he himself slept on top of the building materials so they wouldn't get stolen in Mayapur. Anybody who's been to Mayapur knows there's a lot of mosquitoes, and the weather's really extreme there and humid. But there he was, sleeping on top of the building materials to make sure they wouldn't get stolen. That was his determination to see Prabhupada's place built. Then the next qualification was to superintend the service academies. So he helped establish the Vrindavan Institute of Higher Education and the Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education. And he taught those courses for years back in the 90s. Maybe some of you took those courses. I didn't. I went with him in the 90s while he was doing some of that, but I never took any of the courses. So then the next one, the fifth one, that was the last one, is to plan and execute large-scale operations. So before the TOVP was started, Ambarish came and asked Tamal Krishna Goswami if he could head up the whole project of the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. Maybe some of you don't know that. Ambarish went and asked him. And he said, well, let me go to Prabhupada's, the little hut, you know, and let me pray to Prabhupada and I'll get back to you later. So some hours passed, and he went to Ambarish and said, yes, I'll do it. Prabhupada gave me permission and blessings. So that's the day, like maybe before he left and left his body on the road there. But before that, he established something that we're enjoying now very prominently in our society. He started having kirtans in his room in Mayapur for hours. And then it got too big. There's too many people wanted to come, so he didn't turn people away. He just rearranged the program to be in the temple room in front of Shri Shri Radha Madhava and the Astashakis. So there, hundreds of people were coming because there's so many hundreds living in the Dham, and everybody heard about these wonderful kirtans that he was having in his room, and they all kind of felt restricted because they knew there wasn't much room. Anybody who's been to those rooms know that they're not really that big. So then hundreds of people are coming to this kirtan. And so that started our giant kirtan festivals, like Festival of Joy, Festival of Kirtan 50, the Sadhu Sangha, the ones that are even the bigger ones are in Russia, where they have 5,000 to 10,000 devotees doing these kirtan festivals, huge kirtan festivals. So he started that. So we're all indebted, because just see, something a great person starts, Krishna blessed it, so it just increased. Anyway, just wanted to say a few things like that I had written down, and give us one beautiful verse, because Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the inaugurator of the Sankirtan movement, he established his devotees in different parts of India. Lord Nityananda was in Bengal, different other powerful, empowered, divine entities were preaching in different parts of India. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went himself for his 6-year walk throughout India and South India, and he made millions, not just a couple of hundred. He made millions of pure devotees who preached to other people, who made them devotees. It wasn't a small number. Millions of people would come to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Millions. Because they heard that Krishna was on the planet again, and they wanted to come see him. So Lord Chaitanya was very expert in attracting everybody, because he's all attractive. But in the process of this Sankirtan movement, he gave people life, because just like some of you here are doctors, right? Jai Shri Radhe, and there might be some others. I was just thinking a few minutes before I came over, because I went to the chiropractor because I'm having some back issues as usual. And I said, I was trying to start up a conversation with our friend there, the chiropractor. And I said, wow, because he has these posters of the material bodies, mechanics in the chiropractic office. I said, wow, these bodies are so amazingly built, these machines. And he goes, yes, and there's so many departments of medicine and treatment. And I was like, wow, just think, can you even count how many departments of medicine there are and how many different forms of treatment there are just for the human body, right? You got the brain surgeons, the heart surgeons, the general doctors, the foot doctors, the eye, ear, nose, and throat doctors, the cancer doctors. You know, I mean, how many do you think there even is, right? There's hundreds probably, right? And then you talk, then there's the ones who are the healers, the chiropractors, the herbalists, all the different varieties of people who have something to do with trying to heal the material body. And here, Prabhupada said, there's no institution for understanding how to make the soul healthy, how to give the soul life. So, Lord Chaitanya established this movement, and Prabhupada established it here in the West. So, if I can get through this song. This is a beautiful verse in the Adi Leela of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 2, text 2. Maybe some of you know this one. It's sung in the same meter as the 6 Goswami prayers. It's very poetic and beautiful, and I'll end here. Krishna Kirtana Gana Tarakala Patho Jani Brajita Sadbhakta Valihang Sachakra Madhupa Shreni Viharaspadam Karna Nandi Kaladvanir Vadhu Vidhatu Me Jiva Maru Pragane Shri Chaitanya Dayanidhi Tavalasa Leela Sudhashvardhuni. O my merciful Lord Chaitanya, may the nectarian Ganges waters of your transcendental activities flow on the surface of my desert-like tongue. Beautifying these waters are the lotus flowers of singing, dancing, and loud chanting of Krishna's holy name, which are the pleasure abodes of unalloyed devotees. These devotees are compared to swans, ducks, and bees. The river's flowing produces a melodious sound that gladdens their ears. So in the purport, Prabhupada describes how in the material world our tongues are vibrating so much useless nonsense. So Prabhupada gave us the songs of the acharyas, the writings of the acharyas, his writings, and all this beautiful nectar that we can vibrate instead of vibrating all the useless politics and all the useless junk on the internet and all the useless junk that Kali Yuga is producing more and more. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj took it upon himself to learn the harmonium and learn how to sing these beautiful bhajans. And he started this wonderful Kirtan program. So we should feel obligated to also try to serve Lord Chaitanya's mission by supporting ISKCON's preaching efforts and by doing our own preaching programs if we have that inspiration. And that way we can also become dear to the Lord. That's our goal. We want to be recognized by Radhakala Chandji for preaching. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj was obviously recognized for his preaching. Look at this beautiful temple room that he offered to Radhakala Chandji and this community. So, especially us old guys, we have to push, even though we can't do as much, we have to push the preaching and the hearing and chanting. Because when we were young, we did it. We were brahmacharis. We heard and chanted. And we pushed ourselves, and we got a taste, and we had so much realization. Now that we're vanaprasthas, we have to get back to that mood of pushing ourselves to do some kind of assistance or some kind of preaching like Chakri's doing, and how Nandini and Kartikeya opened a beautiful restaurant in Denver and Puerto Rico and preached to so many thousands of people, how we're in support our preaching here to Radhakala Chandji Dham. So That's my old man message for the day, is that we have to push ourselves to do something as far until we can or we can't. Even Gurudev, he was so sick with the prostate thing, he had to slow down a lot. But he didn't slow down his hearing and chanting. I used to go up there for hours and read to him. Chaitanya Charitamrita and Ladini Shakti used to go up there and he was reading to him. And he constantly surrounded himself with association. So we're old now, some of us, and we have to do that. We have to try to follow in those footsteps and then become empowered preachers the way that Prabhupada wanted everybody to be. Prabhupada wanted everybody to be an empowered preacher and spiritual master because Lord Chaitanya ordered that. Amara Guru Ahantara E Desh. Become Krishna conscious and teach everybody how to chant, how to hear about Krishna, and how to become devotees of Krishna. Sorry it took so long, everybody. Go Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu Ki Jai. Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Meenakshi Prabhu Ki Jai.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Dinamina Namaste Saraswati Devan Gauravani Pachanami So today, thank you everyone for being here, celebrating, getting the association with the devotees. Sometimes we need that association so bad. That's the only medicine we can get. So with Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I got not too much in touch, in association with him. He was here. I was in Caracas, Dallas, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, everywhere. So, but I got two incidents. The two of my god brothers, they told me, I was in the Sadhu Sangha this year, and I got with one devotee, Haricharana. He's from Venezuela. And by that time, Srila Prabhupada went in 75 for our initiation over there. And Javi was preaching in Colombia by that time, but he came for Srila Prabhupada initiation. That was a big deal over there in Venezuela. And after the initiation, there was a rumors that Srila Prabhupada was going to Brazil. So Javi, I don't know if you know Javi, but Javi Ilan Chester is very famous. After he went to that trip, he was filling up a stadium because he's a very nice musician, Venezuelan guy. So, and then Javi and Haricharana, they went to Brazil hijacking. So they went to Brazil. They trying to get there before Srila Prabhupada was coming there. So there was in one little village, and they was walking with the devotee chanting Hare Krishna. By the way, he was listening to somebody, hey, Haribol, Haribol. There was in the Amazon. Amazon is Indian. I mean, you don't see nothing. So, and then again, she said, Hare Krishna, Haribol. And then it stopped. And that lady came in. That was Tamal Krishna Goswami mother. So, when she came to them, Prabhu, what you doing in here? He said, oh, we're going to Brazil to see Srila Prabhupada. Wow. Here in the Amazon, I mean, nothing was there, nothing. So anyway, in that situation, Haricharana and Javi, they keep going, and she left. I believe she got some donation, and they was going because there was hijacking. That was the way before doing Sankirtan in Latin America. You don't have Lakshmi, you don't have car, so you have to go on bus, truck, bicycle, whatever you can get, you know. So, and then one time, Haricharana went to LA, and Tamal Krishna was there. And somebody called Haricharana, and then Tamal Krishna said, "Oh, you're Haricharana. Oh, okay. My mother told me that you was in Amazon." He said, yes. You know what? When I mentioned to Srila Prabhupada that situation, he was so happy. He said, in the Amazon, he was so happy. So that was really nice connection. That was unbelievable. So another incident was that Tamal Krishna, when Srila Prabhupada was very sick in Vrindavan, he got one devotee that I make him the body, Karunamaya. He got it in the door, checking everybody not to go in without notices, something like that. So it had to be some control about that because so many devotees want to be inside. And Srila Prabhupada God brother came in, and for some reason was a little misunderstanding. So, and Tamal Krishna went, he fixed everything, and then he came, he mentioned to Srila Prabhupada what happened. And after he mentioned that the devotee was from Dominican Republic, Karunamaya, very nice devotees, and then immediately Srila Prabhupada was listening what happening with his God brother, he started crying. Srila Prabhupada was very sensitive. Thank you very much. So, anyway, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya, he was preaching a little bit very nice. He always preached very nice, but this time he catch me. So he was, it's very important for us to understand this movement, Hare Krishna. We are not here to make a profession. We are not here to get diploma. We are not here to get a name. We are here to transcend this mentality of the death, because that doesn't exist for the living soul. That doesn't exist. It's no dictionary. They show you you are dead when you die. It's no dictionary. So that's the meaning of Krishna consciousness. Without that meaning, you can come to Mongolati and sing. I mean, eventually you're going to get it. But that's the meaning of realization, that we are not this material condition. These are not yantra. This is a yantra, isn't it? This is a yantra. It's a machine. You're conducting this machine properly right now. But when the conductor has to go to another machine, that machine is empty, without gas, without electricity, whatever you want to say. So that's the living, the devotees association. Devotee had no limitation in this mind. When you chant the Hare Krishna, all the limitation is complete, destroy the Hare Krishna. Mahamantra coming from Goloka Vrindavan. It's no material things that you can get. No. When Mahamantra, when Nama Prabhu want to get you, he going to get you. It's not that you're going to get him. He's detached. Krishna is the absolute truth, nothing else. So, this Krishna conscious movement is to establish ourselves to be happy eternally, without break. I need a vacation. Devotees don't need vacation. The materialistic, they take vacation because they work so hard to make the commitment. They're so tired, they want to disappear and forget about everything. That's vacation for them. The body don't need vacation. The body need more chanting the Hare Krishna Muhammad. The body need more to see more devotees. The body to see more the deities. The body more to see more Golgolati. The body to see more chanting. Prabhu, that's the meaning of this Krishna consciousness. So anyway, I don't want to prolong everything because a lot of people come. But thank you very much, everyone, to be in association with the devotees, because this association, when it's gone, it's gone. It's like, I remember you, when your guru disappeared, it was very sad. That's a very nice feeling. That's attachment for the guru. That's very nice feeling. Thank you very much. And that's the same way we have to be attached to the devotee. Without the body, it's no life. Real devotee. Real devotee. So anyway, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All glory to Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Tamal Krishna ki jai, Holy Name ki jai. Thank you very much.
Meenakshi Prabhu ki jai. Chakri Prabhu. Thank you.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So I was thinking about Srila Gurudev, all of his different qualities he had. He was such an amazing personality. There were so many different facets to his personality. And he had so many divine qualities. So I was just thinking about all his different qualities today. And first and foremost, he was a spiritual master. He took the responsibility of guiding devotees in their spiritual life. And that's a very, very grave responsibility, and he took it very seriously. As was said earlier, he loved his disciples so much. He really cared about his disciples, and he took the best care he could of them. And anyone that ever wrote to him, he would respond. He said, to be responsible means to respond. So whoever ever wrote to him a letter or wanted to talk to him, he would always respond. No matter how many emails or letters he got, he would always respond. So that was one quality. He was a wonderful spiritual master. And then he was also a sannyasi. He was very strict in his vows. His whole spiritual career, he followed all the vows of being a sannyasi. And that was such a great example for everyone in the movement. And he was also a teacher. As Chaitanya mentioned, he's founded the VIHE, helped found it, and he taught classes there. Not only Prabhupada's books, but also the books of so many acharyas, Madhurya Kadambini and other books. He gave classes, so he was such a wonderful teacher of our Vaishnava Siddhanta, and of course giving classes in so many temples all over the world. And he was a great scholar, not just a wonderful devotee, but he was so learned in our philosophy and all the books of the Acharyas. He read all the books of the Acharyas and the six Goswamis. He was that advanced that he could delve into those books and understand those books and teach those books to others. I heard him say once in a class, he was kind of chastising the devotees a little bit, saying, you know, we should all come to the point that we could read these books that the Acharyas have left. And he was at that point. He read all those books and he was teaching it to others. And so he was a very, very great scholar. I mean, he was just at the point of getting his PhD, right at the end. He was almost finished with his PhD, and he would be a doctor of doctorate, had a doctorate in theology. So he was a really, really amazing scholar. One time I was walking around the block with him, and he had a loose leaf paper with his notes studying for class, and there wasn't one space on that paper. It was completely full, front and back. And he said, you don't know how difficult it is at my age to remember all these things. So he was a perfect student. He was a A+ student in school. So he was also a very, very good student. He was a student, he was a scholar, and he was an author. He wrote so many books, so many wonderful books. He wrote fiction and non-fiction. Brahma Samhita and the Tale of Lord Jagannath, and so many books he wrote. So he's such an amazing person. And of course he was a great preacher. He preached all over the world, everywhere and anywhere, and set up so many temples in so many places, and a pioneer. He was first one to go to China. He opened up China and established temples, or at least meeting places in China, and now our movement is well established in China. And so many things he pioneered. He pioneered in our movement, the book distribution, the traveling parties, the Kirtan parties. So he was a great pioneer, establishing so many things in our movement, and a great leader. He led so many projects. He was president in so many projects. And he was a leader amongst leaders. All the leaders of the movement would consult him whenever there was any situation or problem. They would come to him. So he was just a leader amongst the leaders in our movement. And he was also a wonderful sadhaka. He practiced his sadhana very strictly. When he was here, he would come to Mangalarti. He would sometimes give class. He would sometimes come to Guru Puja. And he was always reading and studying Prabhupada's books. He had a whole file of verse cards of all of important verses in our books, and he would study those verses repeatedly. So he just had his example of his sadhana was really impeccable. And what else? He was also a musician. I think initially, before he joined, he would play the flute, and he played harmonium. He played mridanga. He had his own style of playing mridanga, very interesting, beautiful style of playing mridanga. He recorded many bhajans, so he was a very wonderful musician as well. And of course, foremost, he was showed how to serve his spiritual master. He dedicated his whole life. Everything was for serving Prabhupada and helping Prabhupada in his mission. So his example was just completely glorious in that regard. He gave everything just to serve Prabhupada. And one instruction I'll always remember, and he said that if you want to realize Radha and Krishna, then you have to satisfy Lord Chaitanya. You have to go out and preach. You have to go out and give this Krishna consciousness to others. That way you'll satisfy Lord Chaitanya, and then you'll be able to understand what is Radha and Krishna. So I'll always remember that, and pray to him that somehow I can do that I can dedicate my life to helping spread the mission of Lord Chaitanya, and in that way also follow his instructions. To me, that's one thing I'll always remember. So I feel fortunate that I had the opportunity to be with such a glorious, wonderful person like Tamal Krishna Maharaj. Jai. Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Chakri Prabhu ki jai. So now I'll ask Rupanuga Prabhu to come over, please, and say something. And after Rupanuga Prabhu, Mother Jai Shri Radhe, you might speak after Rupanuga Prabhu. Thanks.
Ready for lunch? This, first of all, my obeisances, my humble obeisances to the lotus feet of His, to me, divine grace, Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. This man, Tamal Krishna Goswami, was very, very likely the most compassionate person that I've ever met and spent time with. We here in Dallas were very fortunate that he made this one of his main bases of operations after his time spent with the Radha Damodar Traveling Sankirtan Party, and then the departure of Srila Prabhupada. And so he took on the responsibility for the Dallas and Houston temples. And you would think that a sannyasi would have been exempt from having to deal with families and family problems. Not him. He invited us to come into this community, even though we were attached householders, as I guess other people were as well. And yet, because even in spite of the fact that he was in the position of being a renunciate, having taken the order of sannyas, he gave up the possibility of having a happily married family life. Had a beautiful wife that he somehow or other released himself from, and I'm sure that there was difficulty in doing that, because it was as though he were giving up the responsibility for taking care of that good woman for the rest of her life, providing a house and children and all the trappings of the happily married life. He gave all that up. And for what? He certainly didn't do it to relieve himself of difficulty, because then he had all of these people coming into the Dallas and Houston temples who were householders. And so it seems as though he embraced that responsibility and gave up the possibility of having a normal household life And he certainly had the intelligence, had the drive to be very successful in this material world, unlike some of us. But he took on this responsibility, and he just took care of us, and not only us, but our kids as well. Gave them the opportunity to do some pure devotional service, and so how can we repay a debt like that? How can you all repay your parents for what they've done to you, done for you, and to you? And so on a day like today, you know, we can hardly do anything less than just glorify this personality who appeared in this world in what appeared to be a fairly normal household himself, and yet he gave that up, and then gave up the possibility of having a fairly normal household existence for himself. He gave all that up just to take on us and our problems. And Jayanti and I can remember that one time early on in the temple room here, he was giving a class, and so many people had been complaining about the conditions of the houses here in Dallas, and they were wretched. They not fit for a race of rodents. But that's pretty much those that were inhabiting. Roaches and rats and skunks and opossums and raccoons and also the four-legged creatures like that. There were there were a lot of those two-legged skunks and opossums and roaches. And so anyhow, this is what he had to deal with in the beginning. And he followed through with it until his last breath. It seems that he was always thinking about the welfare of other people. So what do you do to try to pay back a person? It's like trying to find a Christmas gift for a rich person. There's just nothing that you can buy them to give them that is enough, that makes them feel like this is something I've just never had before. So Krishna couldn't do it all, but he rather expects us to take up what little load we've been given, and under the direction and under the care of such a person as Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Somehow or other, we pulled it off, at least to the point that Radha Kalachandji didn't kick us out. So we were the lucky ones. Some people say we're the chosen ones. Well, we were the chosen ones. And somehow or other we had the great blessing of a leader who could show us what real renunciation was, and show us what it means to live the life of a real human being. So what can we do? Say, thank you, Lord. So therefore, we offer our respectful obeisances unto his lotus feet, and pray to him daily that somehow or other we can deserve to be part of this disciplic succession. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Jai. Rupanoga Prabhu ki Jai. Mother Jai Shri Radhe. After Mr. Jai Shri Radhe, Shamadinanda Prabhu, can you say something? Yashua Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pasaya Bhutale Shrimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine. Disappearance days are very difficult because there's always this, underlying feeling of sadness, separation that we were talking about. And when I was listening to starting with Gurudev's video that we watched, and just hearing everybody, the thing that keeps coming up for me is association. And I was thinking about association in my life, right? How much I've been able to associate with devotees, but that's not always been the case. Like when I was in college, I was in Austin, and at that time there weren't any devotees there until like Mahatma Prabhu and Janava moved there for a year. And then, you know, I had association where I would come home to visit Dallas, or I'd go to Houston to visit Gurudev there. And Gurudev would take so much time to give me his association. I think he knew because I didn't have association at other times in my life, like during the normal school year. And then I had a gap year between college and med school. And he like gave me all of this association to that I was able to like serve him breakfast and lunch every single Saturday. I'd come for Mangalarti just like right before Guru Puja would start. We'd have to go up and prepare his breakfast, and then have it all ready so that when he's, you know, done with class, he would be able to, we could serve him immediately, that it would be ready for him. And then same with lunch, right? I'd have a couple of hours off and then go to lunch. So I was thinking, you know, he always made such a point of making sure that I had association at different times in my life. And I was thinking that sometimes I didn't have association because of distance. Sometimes I didn't have association because of time. And sometimes I didn't have association because of energy. Right? It just, when I was establishing my clinic, and I didn't live far from here at all, but I barely came because of the fact that I had no energy. I was like working 24/7. And at that time, I really was relishing listening to his lectures and being able to associate with him through his lectures because he'd left. It's been 23 years since he's gone, and that's mind-boggling to me that years have gone by so quickly. And I'm looking back at those 23 years. When he left, I was finishing up med school. I was in Hawaii, having the time of my life. But that morning, the morning of March 14th back in Hawaii, I know it was March 15th in India, I felt something was off. I felt something was not right. And I remember going to the hospital because I was doing a rotation out there. I went to the hospital's computer lab. This is the time where, you know, we didn't have computers in our hands all the time. So I had to go, and I remember like just being drawn to read all of the emails, correspondence that I had with him. And I just couldn't shake this feeling that something was wrong. And I went for a swim, and I was coming, you know, I was getting dressed, and my phone, I looked at my phone, and I had like, I guess a really cheap cell phone at the time, and I had missed like 50 calls from my dad. And I was like, why is he calling? Like, what's the importance here, right? And he tells me the news, and it was like my heart had been ripped out of my chest. And I felt so alone because here I was in Hawaii, the most beautiful place on earth, right, almost. And I was like miserable. And I remember going to the temple there and taking darshan, and I noticed that there was a picture of Gurudev on the altar. And immediately I broke down crying. Like, that was, wow, even out here in Hawaii, he did not forget about me. And I met the most wonderful couple. They were my godbrothers and godsisters. And I thought, wow, even here, he's given me association to help me deal with this, you know, because I still had 2 more weeks to finish up of this rotation that I was doing in Hawaii. And I, you know, didn't want to be there anymore. It was, again, it was paradise on earth, and I didn't want to be there because I didn't have association. And he provided that. In that moment, he gave me association that I just was like, wow. And, you know, then when I was working long hours as a doctor, I didn't have, like, I barely had time for association. I dressed the deities in the morning, worked long hours, and, you know, that was basically it. And now I'm looking at my life and I'm surrounded by association. It's like I'm blessed. I get to go to work in a place that's named after him. I get to go to work and work with my own God sisters every single day. I get to go to work and work with little young Vaishnavas that reflect the teachings that I see with Tamal Krishna Goswami, with Srila Prabhupada. And every day I'm reminded how blessed I am, how grateful I am to have Gurudev commanding every single thing in my life. He just really puts things so great into place that it's mind-boggling to me. Wow, even 23 years later, he's not physically on earth and he's still making sure that I have association every single day. So I want to end with a quote that I love of his that I heard. He says, "I can assure you, if you keep associating with devotees, you'll be okay. I guarantee that. I guarantee that. The single most important thing in Krishna consciousness is association. It is more important than anything else, because with association, everything else is sure. You can't keep associating with devotees unless you remain Krishna conscious. It forces you. That's the whole reason for this movement. That's why Srila Prabhupada built these temples. That's why he did everything, to guarantee we would associate with each other. You just have to associate together as much as possible, one excuse or another, by one means or another, find an excuse to associate with the devotees." So I don't have to find an excuse. He's provided that for me. Thank you so much, Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Radhe ki Jai. Jai Shri Prabhu.
Well, this is not going to be easy. So I'm trying to remember the very last instruction Srila Gurudev personally gave to me in this room, his last Vyasa Puja, which was essentially Diras Tatra Namuyate, stay so, and to keep it together. Basically, he said, pull yourself together, Yasa, because I refused to return here on his command the morning of his Vyasa Puja. So he was a little upset and threw me out of his room. And then he called me to speak to him right before Vyasa Puja was to begin in 2001 here. And he said, "Yasa, you can't be upset. This is my Vyasa Puja day. And if you're upset, I'm going to be upset. And you don't want me to be upset on my Vyasa Puja day." Jai Shri Gurudev. Okay, so pull yourself together. So then Vyasa Puja commenced. Kirti was passing away across the street. And I was going to come to Mount Holyoke for a religious conference. And for the first time in my life, I was going to be something of a personal servant and make arrangements. Service, I never did those types of things. I was a carpenter. And it was in this room in 1980 where Gurudev turned to me and said to Pashupati, "You can have Bhakta John. He's an expert carpenter." So I became a carpenter and was my entire life since then, including the first 2 years as a carpenter in this room. So when Gurudev was communicating with me after I left that Vyasa Puja here in 2001, so he promised Kirti he wouldn't leave before her or without her, or in her presence. So he was delaying his trip to Mount Holyoke in Massachusetts and keeping up on my arrangements, and I got to speak with him on the phone every morning, and it was quite amazing to have that phone conversation with Srila Gurudev for maybe a week or so, and until finally Kirti was not ready to leave, and the conference was too close. So Gurudev called me a final time. I think it was perhaps early first week of July 2001, and discussed things with me. It was very unusual the way he just kind of like said to me, "Well, thank you for your service," in a sort of a overall sense. And of course, That was my final conversation. Hare Krishna.
Yashomati Nandan Prabhu ki jai. So Mother Chandravali's health is not very good, so she couldn't come and be with us, but she sent her son, Sakshi Prabhu, to read something that she was offering. So Sakshi, can you please go through?
So as Nityananda Prabhu said, my grandma, she was feeling a little low energy, so she couldn't make it, but she made an offering, so I'll try to read it. Srila Gurudev, it's been 23 years since you left us. I can still remember that night. I was at Indranila Mani's house when my god sister Ruchi Ranana ran in the room around 6 p.m. Ran in the door, crying in shock. No, that can't be true. There must be a mistake. We all went into panic mode. We didn't want to believe what we were hearing. We waited in anxiety to hear from anyone that it was officially true. It wasn't until after midnight that we found out that it was true. Gurudev had actually left his body. The next day, I was still in disbelief, not giving up hope that that wasn't true. But the third day, it hit me hard. He was no longer with us. I went to the temple room, and in front of Radha Kalachandji, I cried the saddest tears that I had ever cried in my life. Mother Rasigya, Gurudev's godsister, was there and let me put my head in her lap and let me cry it out. As months went by, I slowly began to sober up. I can't imagine how my other god siblings handled their own personal dealings with separation from Gurudev, but this is my story. Gurudev asked me to become the head pujari in 1989. I had never dressed Radha Kalachandji before, and the previous head pujari, HP, gave me a crash course on how to dress them. The first 3 years, Gurudev was watching and keeping me on my toes concerning the way he wanted Kalachandji to look. When he was dressed, down to the last detail. Almost every day after greetings, he would come to the door of the pujari room, wiggle his index finger and say, Chandravali. The other pujaris would smile in delight, but my legs felt like they would collapse under me. If any details were off, he would point it out, and there were a lot of them. This guru-disciple relationship continued for 3 years whenever he was in Dallas, which was quite often. Even if I thought I had improved in my dressing of Kalachandji, he would always find something wrong. If he couldn't find anything wrong from the front of the altar, then he would go to the very right or left edge of the altar and find something loose, some loose cloth that could be seen from that angle, from behind Kalachandji. It was always a bundle of nerves, and he never told me that I got it right. And even if I did get it right, it was only because of his causeless mercy on me. I had no qualifications. So as months went by after Gurudev left his body, I slowly began to sober up to the point that I could hear Gurudev's instructions coming to me just as if he were present. I realized that the spiritual master is present in his instructions. I would still have periodic episodes of sadness, but I could understand that Vapu, the spiritual master's physical presence, can go a long way. But with time, Vani, service in separation, is what will strengthen your mind to follow the instructions of the spiritual master. In my initiation lecture in 1979, Gurudev said that sometimes you have to do something that you don't want to do, or give up something that you don't want to give up for the pleasure of Krishna. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for planting that seed in my heart, as Srila Prabhupada planted it in your heart. By your example of service to Srila Prabhupada, I can see how service can become a way of life. Begging to follow in your footsteps, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Ki Jai.
Jai, Mother Chandravali Ki Jai, Sakshi Prabhu Ki Jai. So I'll ask Shalagram Prabhu to say something, please. That's okay. I'm doing it.
So many different thoughts and emotions come to mind on days like this. I suspect I probably cut in line here because after Yasomati Nandana Prabhu spoke, I wanted to say something, and so Nityananda allowed. So we look around this temple room, this beautiful place. A wonderful ornament for Sri Sri Radhakalachandji. And I just want to try to give some appreciation for how much service so many devotees did. It was just like it was, in Srila Prabhupada's time. When you read the Leela Amrita and you read how when Prabhupada was going to be coming to a temple and the devotees were working around the clock to clean and paint and prepare and make everything perfect. So that's the mood that it was like with Srila Gurudev all the time. It was a marathon all the time that did not come to an end. Especially if he was personally present and especially if you were engaged in his personal service. So everybody's familiar with the restaurant, and there's a second room to the restaurant there, right? It's called the Peacock Room. Everybody's familiar with that, right? If you're not, then afterwards you should go in the Peacock Room, go straight down and look. So there's a window in that Peacock Room, and you'll see why that room is called the Peacock Room. Because it's a beautiful stained glass, real stained glass peacock. That was Yasomati Nandana. He had no experience, but he figured it out and he learned. And since that time, he's done more work like that in New York that became at least part of his profession. But it was not just that. There were so many things, because I'm sure many of you have seen that this was a basketball court. And Radhakala Chenji they were here for a while. I don't remember if they were back there. They were back there, but they were also here. I've seen some pictures like that. And now it's transformed into something, potentially the most beautiful indoor place in Dallas. So that was under the direction and encouragement and pressure and chastisement and whatever it took from Srila Gurudev, from His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. And everybody was swept up in that. And I know that these devotees that did this worked day and night. Just day and night. You could chant your rounds and get 6 hours of sleep, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to express my appreciation, especially for him, because he's someone who sacrificed like that to make this place under his Guru's orders, that we all have the benefit of inspiring us today. And this is probably getting recorded, and I just want to give all of those devotees a round of applause. Thank you. I'll say a little something more. This is a very difficult day for disciples, as you just heard from Chandravali. And so you have to sometimes forgive us if we're not all enthusiastic in Kirtan. It may be a very ecstatic thing, but it's different. We're serving in separation. And as we've already heard this morning, serving in separation was always part of life for Srila Prabhupada's disciples, because because he constantly traveled. And so it was the same with Srila Gurudev. So we had ample opportunity to serve in separation. But when the loss of Vapu happens, the personal form of the spiritual master, when that happens, it's devastating. Any disciple who has experienced this will tell you that. And there are some devotees in this community that have also experienced that, who are not disciples of Srila Prabhupada or Tamal Krishna Goswami. For example, Aditi Ganga, her spiritual master just passed away within the last couple years. And yes, it's true that it takes time, and it is an opportunity to continue to serve in separation, and it is an opportunity to remember all the instructions that we have been blessed with. And there was I think Nityananda Prabhu mentioned that there was a gathering not too long ago upstairs in the darshan room on Srila Gurudev's sannyas anniversary. And at that time, normally there's a chance for people to say things, but that it didn't happen at that particular time. But at that time, Kunti was making cookies. I think that's what it was. And so I was finishing that, right? So I was at home, and she was there, and I thought that I'm going to miss the opportunity to say something. So I recorded something, and then it turned out that the program wasn't starting until much later. So I thought I would play it today, but I don't think I will, but I will tell you the gist of it. I was reflecting on many of the newer devotees may not have an idea of how difficult things have been sometimes for different devotees because of certain events that happened in ISKCON. After Srila Prabhupada's departure, But also, even since that time, there have been some very heavy things that have happened. And ISKCON has gone through a lot of growing pains. And we still are going to grow, so there's going to be more pain. Nobody's perfect. So I was reflecting that when I thought back on all the senior Vaishnavas who began to take disciples after Srila Prabhupada's departure, and if we were to go through them all, they're all great souls. How many of them maintained their vows? Whether it's the vow of initiation, first or second, whether it's the vow of sannyas, how many maintained their vows? Very few, actually. Because this is not a cheap thing. This is not an easy thing. And to take a vow at the time of initiation for life is a very heavy thing. So Tamal Krishna Goswami, he was rigid in his vows. He was rigid in his practice of sannyas. And he, therefore, could, what was it, walk through fire? What was that, something like that? He would walk through fire. And he did it repeatedly. And he personally underwent great difficulties after Srila Prabhupada's departure in various different ways. Great difficulties. So that's the nature of life in this material world. We're all going to go through that kind of thing. So then I was thinking, there are so many instructions that the spiritual master gives. So many. And many of them are general instructions. Some of them may be very specific. But I was trying to think about what are the most important instructions, because those are the ones we don't want to neglect. So I thought that the vows at the time of initiation, those are the most important. That's what, if we're initiated, that's what keeps us connected to our spiritual master. That connection is there. And we may fall down from that, but then Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, if someone falls down, but they pick themselves up and go forward, they're still to be considered saintly. Why? Because they are properly situated in their determination. Anybody can fall down. It's a dangerous place every step. But if a devotee falls down and gets back up and continues in their determination, then they are to be considered saintly. So we don't want to criticize any devotee, especially if they have some difficulty, if they've fallen down, or whatever it is, because Krishna has explained this. So I was thinking myself, because our spiritual master has been so exemplary in every imaginable way, what is the most important is the vows that I've taken, right? The vows that we have taken. Those are the most important. And then immediately after that, there's many other things, sadhana and so forth. And so I thought that for me, there are two vows that I took. I took a vow at the time of first initiation, and I took a vow at the time of marriage. And we may think that getting married is, everybody gets married. What's the big deal? But look at the ashrams. There's a vow taken at the time of sannyas, right? Well, that's just a vow for ashram. So where's the difference between taking a vow for sannyas and taking a vow for grihastha ashram? Right? So these are the vows that I try to take seriously, and that I think the example that Srila Gurudev set in so many ways, he got the title Goswami, right? He was named, everybody called him Goswami back in Srila Prabhupada's time. Nobody else. Why? Because he was the first Goswami. He was the first disciple of Srila Prabhupada to get married and take sannyas. So if someone is not married, then it's Swami. If someone is married, it's considered to be a greater renunciation, and it's called Goswami. So he was known as Goswami, not just because of that, because of how much he did, who he was, and everything. Goswami. So this is what I was left with after that. I thought I would share this today because I wasn't able to share it at that time. And this is, again, it doesn't exclude, it doesn't make it right for me not to follow all the other instructions that are there, but this should come first. The spiritual master promises at the time of initiation, if you chant 16 rounds and you follow 4 principles, I will take you back to Godhead. That is the contract between the spiritual master and the disciple. Everything else to that is secondary. Yes, we need all these other things in order to maintain that. If we have no association with devotees, if we never come to the morning program, we don't practice other sadhana, we need those things. But that's foremost. So, Srila Gurudev, thank you for being such a perfect example of a disciple, and for being, thereby being such a perfect example of a spiritual master. We are eternally grateful to you. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
Jai Shalagram Prabhu Ki Jai. So we've really gone over by 45 minutes, and there are people leaving, and we want to make sure that everybody gets prasadam. So we're going to stop here and go to the Samadhi and do the Guru Puja. And after the Guru Puja, the feast will be served out. Thank you all very much. Jai Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Srila Gurudev's Disappearance Festival Ki Jai. Jai Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj Tir Bhav Mahatiti Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. So let's go over to the Samadhi now. That's where we're going to do the Guru Puja. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.